Let me call the closed session for the City Council meeting, City of Belmont, for Tuesday, January 4th. And I'll call the meeting to order at 5:01. Roll call, please.
Here.
Sorry. Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Here.
Mayor White?
Here. And Mr. Pinkney, can you read wait a second. This item will be open to,
Yes.
do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, we'll move to closed session. Mr. Pinkney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association, SEIU, and Managers Professional Technical Unit. Item number 2 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, claimed by WECA Inc. Item number 4, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and the title is the City Manager.
All right, thank you. So we will adjourn to closed session at 5:02.
Yes. No, I don't have I need one.
Ray,
Yes, sir.
do you need a hard copy of this?
How are we doing there?
If you have a better copy, why not?
So we're good to go? Okay. So I'll reconvene the meeting back into open session at 6:22. And Mr. Pinckney, can you give us a report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, SEIU, and Managers Professional Technical Unit. There was reportable action taken during this discussion. The council approved an MOU between the City of Beaumont and the Beaumont Police Officers Association. The vote, it was a first made by Vice Mayor Laura and a second by Mayor White to approve the MOU. And the vote was as follows. Vice Mayor Laura, yes. Mayor White, yes. Councilmember Martinez, yes. Councilmember Santos, yes. And Councilmember Fenn, yes. Item number 2 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. And there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, claimed by WECA Inc., and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item number 4, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager, and that discussion was not concluded and will resume at the end of the regular portion of the open session. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll move on to roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Here, yes, here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor White.
Here, and you have a time that I opened it at, right? 6:22? Okay. We don't have any requests for excused absences. Mr. Santos, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Okay, put your right hand on your heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any adjustments to the agenda for tonight? No? And we'll move on to public comment period. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, and I will at least read the part of the items here, just to let people who are maybe paying attention, attending via Zoom. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. And any person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any items council would like to pull for discussion? And do we have any comments on the consent calendar items?
I have no public comments.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 4.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Action items, item number 5 is a notice of upcoming vacancy on the Beaumont Planning Commission. And we have a staff report from Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is a notice of upcoming vacancy on the Beaumont Planning Commission. City Council has received notice of resignation from Planning Commissioner Paul St. Martin. This notice will be for a partial term vacancy. That term will end December of this year. This will be published in the local newspaper and on the city's social media platforms. Applications will be due on January 25th, and for consideration for City Council on February 1st. The recommended action is to direct staff to publish the notices for the upcoming vacancy on the Planning Commission. Thank you.
All right, and do we have any public comments on item 5?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I'll open this up to comments from council. Seeing none, you just would like direction to notice the upcoming vacancy of 1 seat? I don't think we need to make a motion or vote on that, correct?
That's fine.
So I think everyone's good with that?
Yep.
I'm good.
All right. Item 6, City of Beaumont Grant Policies and Procedures, staff report by Mr. Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a proposal for grant policies and procedures for the City of Beaumont. The purpose of these procedures and policies are to, 1, ensure proper oversight of all funds awarded to the city. 2, to minimize the city's risk of losing funds due to non-compliance with grant requirements. And 3, to ensure proper administration of accounting of all grants. The policy is applicable to any city program, department, or fund division preparing for and submitting grant applications to agencies outside the city government for funds, materials, and/or equipment to be received and administered by the city, or for which an entity acts as that fiscal agent. The goals and objectives of the different departments in the city should be straightforward and should not waver or be changed in the case that new grant funding becomes available. If grant policies and regulations conflict with regulations and policies of the city, the federal and state regulations will prevail unless they are less restrictive than the city's policies, where in that case, the city's policies will prevail. Really, the main interest in that is going to be our procurement policy that's been adopted and established by the City Council. There are certain scenarios where federal grants require a certain set of procurement, but in the city's case, ours is more restrictive. So individual departments would need to understand the federal, but still abide by the city's procurement policy. No grant will be accepted that will incur management reporting costs greater than the grant amount, and such costs include, but are not limited to, indirect cost, overhead, and any other items needed to administer the grant. And the staff report contains a couple main highlights of the proposed grant policies and procedures, really to create a central responsibility for management reporting of all grants, to establish grant application procedures. And you can see in the document, there's a form that each department that was interested in applying for a grant would need to fill out and then submit to administrative services and eventually get approved by the city manager prior to the submittal of that grant application. Establish procedures for acceptance of grants, creation of a grant master file and a fiscal file to assist in management as well as reporting of grants, establish detailed guidelines for reporting and monitoring, establish procedures for grants involving personnel, establish procurement rules to ensure compliance with grantor entities, a section that details fiscal year-end procedures, process for grant closeouts, and also included in the grant policy is a very detailed federal grant procurement policy basically, I think it's section 14, very detailed on the very nuanced federal grant process. The attached presentation was presented to the Finance and Audit Committee at their last meeting. That committee reviewed the document as well as the presentation and did recommend that the city council approve the proposed grant policies and procedures as presented. That concludes my report, and I can answer any questions. Thank you.
And do we have any comments for item 6?
Public comments?
Public comments, yes, sorry.
No written comments.
All right.
Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
Okay, so I will go to council discussion. Any questions?
Few comments.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, a few comments. Thank you, Mayor. So while I was on the Finance and Audit Committee, we reviewed this, and thank you, Mr. Wacinski, for this and that presentation. The committee was very appreciative of the way you presented that, and I was thankful. I really liked the scope of the policy and the direction of that. While on the committee, I was asking about the intra-department communications within the departments, and Mr. Wacinski had told me that there are discussions when grants come up that departments are discussing between each other, potential grants that may not work for one department but might work for another. My question, Mr. Wacinski, is how are the grants assigned for each department? Do the managers and do the directors look at the list first and then assign, or is it just kind of given out to the department and the departments look at that, or is that something Mr. Parton might need to answer?
Sure. Thank you. That's a good question. So there's various ways that the city becomes aware of different grant or funding opportunities. One's through our lobbyist, which is Townsend Public Affairs. WRCOG also sends a very detailed grant funding opportunity matrix that lists the slew of different funding opportunities. And then various departments belong to professional organizations, and those professional organizations often send out different emails letting you know about different grant opportunities at the county, state, and federal level. That's often where I find about county grants is through my professional organization, because the lobbyist or WRCOG may not be aware of different grant opportunities down at the county level. So that's how they come in. And then once they come in, they're distributed to all the different department heads across the departments. And they receive the entire list. And then they review the list to see if ones that are in their category matches. Sometimes there may be a funding opportunity that crosses different departments. So they'll look for those as well. And then they distribute those applications and funding opportunities down to their staff to work on the actual application.
All right, thank you. And I do know that when the city manager has his projects and report updates come out, there are comments about whether grants have received and if we're working on grants and so forth. I was just wondering, since I'm not on the finance committee anymore, perhaps there might be a way to provide them with a list of what grants have been applied for and what are in process, just so they can kind of keep tabs. And I know that the grants was a big thing that the committee wanted to ensure that the city was looking into. So I'll give that suggestion to Mr. Finn and Mr. Santos going forward with the committee, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments? David, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Kyle, there were no other changes between what was presented to the Finance and Audit Committee and to what the council is now seeing, correct? It's all the same?
It's the same, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Lara, did you have a comment?
No, I'm good. I think this is great.
All right. So if there's no other discussion, I guess we need a motion to approve.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed City of Beaumont grant policies and procedures.
I'll second it. And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 7 is a discussion of Beaumont Police Department response to calls for illegal fireworks and provide direction to city staff. Chief DeLeese, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we're excited to discuss today the concern of fireworks in the city of Beaumont. So the 4th of July is probably one of our busiest days for calls for service, aside from probably New Year's Eve. July 4th of 2021, we received 138 calls that were just to report the use of illegal fireworks. Of these calls, the difficulty of a firework investigation call is it gets fired in the air, there's proximity, there's crowds out, a lot of people out in their front yard. So for a police officer to be in that exact vicinity, witness it, be able to take action, it's almost a needle in a haystack, but it does happen. And so, for instance, we were able to issue 6 citations, and we were able to confiscate even more fireworks than that. We also had 243 additional calls for service within that same day. So a typical police shift, staffing, it varies. I don't publish it for the sense of officer safety, but it could vary between 4 officers and a supervisor to certain shifts may have swing shift coverage or special team coverage. So it could grow. And certainly a day like 4th of July, we staff extra staffing just for that purpose. Within that time frame, we also received 371 calls for service. That, of course, is in comparison to our typical daily average of 240 phone calls going in or out of dispatch. And so it's quite the busy shift. On top of that, we're very excited that we're back to having a family event in the city of Beaumont. That puts a stress on staffing and volunteers as well. So with that, the question becomes, how do we provide a safe atmosphere in the city? We have concerns with fires. We don't know where these fireworks land, obviously rooftops, older trees in the city. And so we balance our average call load of domestic violence, shopliftings, traffic collisions with fireworks plus the special event. And so we go max staffing. So, but our bigger concern is how can we get participation from the community to not light fireworks, right? Because it is about self-responsibility. And we've heard a lot of that with the last couple of years with the COVID protocols. You have to have self-responsibility, right? And we do rely on that. I mean, we have 54,000 residents in the city of Beaumont. We rely on the greater than 90-some% of them to be law-abiding citizens because we don't have enough officers if they weren't, right? And so, and most are. But in the instance where they're not, we're looking at how we can deter irresponsible behavior. We've wrote some citations and which were some health and safety violations. And in those cases, those go to the district attorney's office. And it's a tough sell there because we can't book explosives into the police department, which are what fireworks are, but yet the court system prefers the best evidence rule. So they want us to preserve an explosive, and we're working with them on how we can mediate that. But for now, what we do with fireworks is we soak them in large trash cans of water and neutralize them. Just earlier, around the 4th of July, we saw in the city of Los Angeles, their bomb disposal unit exploded because they didn't calculate correctly the number of fireworks and the explosive potential. And some of these fireworks come up from Mexico as well. And so then they're completely unregulated. And so currently we have a Beaumont Municipal Code that completely prohibits all fireworks, safe and sane and all. But currently our fine structure is probably too low for a good enough deterrent. Meaning if we're having 138 calls and we were able to get 6, our batting average is pretty low. Because what's the risk versus reward? The risk is the reward is I want my kids to have a good time, light off fireworks. The risk is the police might catch me and write me a $100 ticket. And, you're going to take that risk. But if the citation was greater, then there might be some other considerations. And that's where we come before you tonight and say, okay, we're going to need direction from you because we have a code. And what staff can do is go back and we think that the actual ordinance language is good, but perhaps the violation fines are not stiff enough. And I'll give you a couple comparisons. So currently, the city of Beaumont is $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, and $500 for subsequent violations. But in some of our neighbor cities, for example, in the county of Riverside, the county ordinance is $500 to $1,000 for first offense, and I'm not sure how that's calculated, but the second is $2,000 and the third is $5,000. And we may not like that number, but I'll keep going. City of Riverside is just $1,000 fine. Corona, $500 the first, and it works its way up to $1,000 and $5,000. Menifee is $500, $1,000, and then Hemet's just $1,000, and then Palm Springs is $200, $500, $1,000. So it gives you some ideas of maybe where you would like to direct staff to get us probably more in conformity with some of our partner agencies. What we'll continue to do is work with the district attorney's office on reserving the misdemeanor crime code for somebody who's just not understanding the message with a stiffer penalty through our municipal code admin sites. And we'll continue to work through that. But for our purposes tonight, we need direction from council on how you'd like us to proceed.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, I'll open this up to council. Mr. Lara, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much for the report, Chief. What I've also learned from you is that in order to take these complaints any further, officer actually has to physically see the individual light the firework. Is that correct? Did I
Right.
understand that? Which is extremely difficult to do. Does the same apply if we're issuing citation, or you get a citation if you're caught with fireworks, on the premises?
So you're saying if we catch them, can we just cite them with an admin cite on our current municipal code language?
No, if we decide to go with the citation and increase the fine, can we, I guess, change the language to issue a citation for people in possession of fireworks?
That I don't think so.
Okay.
Because we don't have a prohibition on transporting them, so they could say, well, I only have them, but they're not going to be lit off here. For example, City of Colton, maybe City of Fontana, they still permit fireworks. And so they're going to say, well, I'm not lighting them off here. I'm taking them somewhere where I can. We're going to have to catch them. But, we've, because of the fire danger, and if you remember, this council gave us discretion on the use of our police drone for public safety purposes, and we believed it was exigent based on the dry conditions of 4th of July and the repeated use of the fireworks going up, that we put the drone in the air. We were able to locate some offenders in that matter too. So we can enhance our abilities through our technology.
So I do like the direction of, starting with $1,000 fine, because I think you've got to put a little bit more bite into it to deter people from doing that. In regards to your recommendations, I'd like to see if it's possible, and I don't know if this is possible or not, but maybe a hybrid approach with using recommendation number 2 in conjunction with recommendation number 3. So you have the aerial vehicle spotting for the team, the task force that you have on the ground.
Yep.
So you combine those 2 recommendations. So I think with that, obviously getting the word out ahead of time that this is what's going to happen, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're going to proceed in the future, I think may help deter it. I don't think you're never going to be able to stop it, and the New Year's Eve is a perfect example of that.
Right.
So, but I do like the approach that you've laid out for us, so I appreciate that very much, Chief.
Would you have a recommendation on second violation and
I
third?
said, for me, 1,000 for the first, 2,000 for the second, and 3,000 for the third. That's just me, though.
I'd prefer 1,000, 2,500, and 5,000.
Okay,
Okay?
I don't know what you
That's
guys
good,
think.
yeah. No, I mean, the higher the better.
But I think what Mr. Lara brought up was that we need to, like, a marketing campaign. We need to let people know ahead of time that, you know, there will be a little bit higher fines this year.
right, and so we'll have to come back once each of you speak and there's a consensus on the amounts. I'll work with the city attorney's office to bring this back. And then we'll have to, because we'll have to amend the ordinance, the fine amounts. And then we'll campaign that. The app is up. The website for reporting fireworks, that tab is up and running now. On the city app, it's not specifically under firework yet.
Right.
It's not yet.
Okay.
I'm being told it very soon. But the website, it's there specifically under fireworks. So we'll have it all dialed in by then.
Yeah, I think with the mobile app having just one button that says report fireworks,
Yeah.
it might help a lot.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, did you have a question?
Just a quick comment. I agreed. You know, I had looked over the ordinance myself as well, and I didn't see an issue with it. But my concern was with the citation, so I do concur with that, with the need to increase that. And I actually agreed with Mr. Lara, recommendations 2 and 3. I think a hybrid would be a good approach to kind of help with reinforcement. You know, it's difficult. You know, everyone loves fireworks. But the fact of the matter is we're in a dry area and the fire hazard and property damage and personal damage is just too high to not consider. So I think it's our diligence to be on top of this. So I want to concur with all that as well. So this is just a comment. Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
what do you think about the?
1,000 for the first one for sure, and then we can discuss. I have no problem with your 25.5 or the 3. That doesn't matter. I think the higher, the better. I don't know what the parameters are. You'll find out about that because I know there's an excess. We can't do an excessive amount for a fine, but if we follow the counties for sure, I think we're fine with 1,000, 2, and 5. So anything in that range.
Mr. Finn, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Chief. Is there any distinction between, I'll call it ground fireworks and projectile fireworks? Because the biggest issue is these ones that launch off and sometimes they explode just a few feet above the ground and it shakes houses and windows and so forth. Versus busting somebody who's got a 5-year-old kid with a sprinkler or with a sparkler in their hand running down the street.
Right.
I mean, for the projectile ones, I think there should be hefty fines on that. I would agree with 1,000, 2,500, and 5,000. But I wouldn't want to see that happen if somebody was only, had a small thing right in front of their front yard and there were no projectile ones. That seems pretty stiff, but at the same time, it's still a fire hazard. And I think it's just as important for New Year's Eve, because oftentimes in December, we have the Santa Ana winds. We had wet conditions this year, but it can be dry and so forth. And the events in Colorado were just, horrible to see. That we'd hate to see something like that happen here.
Okay, and so for your first question, Mr. Finn, yes, there is a difference if our ordinance allowed safe and sane fireworks. But because we have a total ban, for our purposes, there wouldn't be a difference between, a Roman candle or an M80. We treat them all the same. But specifically about the 5-year-old with, let's say, a sparkler or what they used to call a snake. We still have officer discretion, and we in community policing, we believe in spirit of the law versus letter of the law. So we still have officer discretion, and with all municipal codes, we have an appeal process built in. So if, let's say, we have young officers, and they take marching orders, and they think, okay, I heard from the chief's office, it's a total ban, and I got to write this kid a citation or I'm going to get in trouble. If they did that, that's fine. within the police department ranks, we have an appeal process, and then even with that, the city council still, it can go all the way through city council on municipal code hearings. So, no problem there. We will work through those if it happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Santos, you have?
Okay,
any
thanks.
comments?
Oh, a quick one in here, I mean, on the recommendation 2 and 3, that's really good for me on that. And then also your recommendations or, on the fine of 1,000 to 2,500 to 5,000, I like that. I mean, it's really, I mean, that would be great to enforce that.
Okay.
So just a question on that. The first time, you talked about a first-time offense, second-time offense. Is there a time limit between the first-time offense and the second-time offense?
No, they could actually be 1, 2, and 3 in the same day.
But they could also be one year and 2 the next year?
That I don't think so. I think you would have I can work with Mr. Pinckney's office, but I do believe that there's a time relevance on that kind of a time gap.
I'm hoping it's a time relevance that it doesn't necessarily have to be posted in the ordinance,
Right.
because you don't want them to think, okay, anyways. I think $1,000, they're not gonna really be interested in getting caught for the second time.
No, because with our ticketing system, the way that we do administrative sites, it attaches to them, it'll go to collections immediately. So we don't have to even wait for property taxes or those rolls to go through the county. It'll go to collections, which is what this council approved probably a year and a half ago, if I remember right. And then also on the recommendations, recommendation 1, 2, and 3 is what we're planning, all of them. So, but we just wanted to bring those before you. So we'll still have the app, we'll still have the reporting system, we'll do 2 with our fireworks task force, and then 3 we'll use our unmanned aerial vehicle at your discretion.
All right, so we good with 1,000, 2,500, 5, or did we wanna go?
I'm good with that.
See if we can do that.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, item number 8 is direct the Beaumont Economic Development Committee to assist downtown business and landowners to promote business growth and development in the Central Business District. And we have a staff report from Mr. Pardon.
Thank you. And this is really being brought forward, I think, at the direction and authorization of council for discussion. So to kind of really put this in a very brief nutshell, we know we've got the specific plan for downtown Beaumont. There's a specific vision that the city council has. As we go about the process of executing that vision, we've got some options on how to do that. Some of that we're working on right now with capital plans and strategic plans for like our park improvements, for our downtown plaza concept here behind this building, as well as various other things that we've got programmed into our strategic plans and our capital improvement plans. Another critical element, and it's a process that other communities have implemented successfully, is really trying to create or foster an opportunity for your downtown stakeholders, meaning your business owners and your landowners, to be able to have some sort of association where they can discuss matters that are important to them. They can work collectively amongst each other to help support their downtown businesses, to help market their specific central business district or market areas, and go through that process. It also provides the opportunity for them to organize and work on their own advocacy towards the city council, towards planning commission, towards the county, whatever elements are there. It's just an association. So the direction here is really for the Economic Development Committee to really be authorized and empowered to begin that process to reach out to our downtown stakeholders, to really kind of support a kickoff event that helps to get this idea started. The concept behind starting that idea is really making sure that our stakeholders are oriented to what the council vision is, to what the resources are that are in play. We started I guess early this year, our retail recruitment strategy, for example. So we've got the retail coach, we've got some zero cost marketing analysis and marketing consultant services that are available to our downtown merchants and small town merchants, for example. So there's things and resources that are out there that maybe businesses are not aware of that they need to know. So here's what the vision is. Here's what the council's allocated in terms of resources to help support the growth and expansion of businesses down here. And the next step now is to help to facilitate our stakeholders to get organized and to get involved and to begin to also become an arm to become self-supporting and also to provide feedback to the city to work together and really kind of a public-private partnership approach to look at doing the things that we need to do. So in kind of contemplating what that might look like, we did provide some information from the city of Lodi, which is really kind of that concept of a separate organization of the downtown businesses. So they've created an association, and this association is an organization of their businesses. It's not a city organization, it is a business organization, and they do link back and work and cooperate with the city. But you can see that they work to support each other and to support the growth, economic growth for their downtown area. So looking at an example of that is kind of the concept that the staff report really kind of envisions and details as we kind of move forward. So the staff recommendation really is that that the Economic Development Committee be directed to assist our downtown businesses and landowners to promote business growth and development in the central business district. With that, Mayor, turn it back to you for
Okay.
leadership and discussion.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go first on this one. My thoughts are, we've approved a really, I think, dynamic general plan, especially when it comes to the downtown business area. And the process to get from here to there is gonna take some time, 10 or 15 years, is what Redlands took, and Yucaipa's still working on theirs. But what I think what I'd like to do is to offer, to offer a discussion in the Economic Development Committee on the ways that we can sort of move this along. I think one of some of the thoughts, and these are just brainstorming thoughts, so it's not things that I'm looking for specific directions. I think the best direction would be to have the discussion happen in the Economic Development Committee. But there are things that we can do, such as support a kickoff. We can talk about marketing a campaign to let business owners that are in surrounding cities know that what we plan to do here, and hopefully encourage businesses to not wait until it's already completed. There are resources that I think that we can offer to the small businesses, such as Retail Coach, what Retail Coach has done, what they've done as far as their GPS analysis. And so really what I was looking for is the idea that we start a buzz and we start getting people to talk about this. I think there may be limited incentives that a city can provide to either keep businesses that are looking to move out because they're being offered other incentives, or incentives to change the way the growth of the downtown goes as buildings are sold and bought, those kinds of things. We already have, I think, an ordinance in place for Sixth Street that says if, business transfers from residential to commercial, that it doesn't go back to residential. So I just wanted to have that discussion and wanted to get your guys' insight on that and what you think about having a direction to the Economic Development Committee. Any ideas, comments? Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so I think to engage the local stakeholders is absolutely necessary, and I do believe that the EDC is the place to do that. So I agree 100% on that. I think that starting that conversation there is proper. I support the ideas of 1 and 2 here on the approach. I'm not too comfortable yet with the stakeholder association, like having them running. That I have to get more on to see how that looks. But I am 100% behind starting with the EDC, getting their ideas and getting some food for thought. I'm hoping to use them as a sounding board, getting all the nuts and bolts, getting their ideas, coming up with ideas and bringing them to council so that we can kind of maybe fine tune and keep that direction and focus here. Concerns I have to make sure that the EDC is following the vision of the city. The manager's already alluded to that. I also have a concern that we don't have individual members acting independently, to making sure that we have the EDC members following a clear purpose and goal and vision of the committee, making sure everybody knows what their purpose is and what they're supposed to do, that there's no independent soliciting of organizations. And that's just to kind of keep the focus with the city. As council, we have a vision and direction, and we want to make sure that we're promoting that. And now we'll get feedback on, what stakeholders believe and how we can implement that, and maybe suggestions how we can fine tune that vision. But what I don't want to see is a free-for-all and having a whole bunch of, different individuals do it different ways, sending the wrong message out there to the community and so forth. So as long as it's focused and there's purpose and there's clear objectives, following our vision, make sure there's nothing random going on, then I'm 100% for it. And I think it's overdue, because I've been anxious to see our economic policies get implemented. So I think this is a good place to start. And eventually, as we get more input from the stakeholders and from the EDC, I'd like to go back and look at our economic department, with our director and stuff, to see if there's anything else that we need to start maybe thinking about building that department to kind of, because, as we build, it's going to be difficult for one person to do a lot of things at the city level. But if we can start, maybe building that department, I think this might be the time to look at that. But that'll depend on what, what's coming up and the ideas from the committee. So, perfect, 100% behind.
Okay. Anybody else? Sure, Mr. Lara.
I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Martinez is talking about as well. I do like the idea, Mayor White. I think, too, maybe we'll need to pick the planning director's brain a little bit in regards to what you had mentioned about not being able to convert back properties once they go from residential to commercial. I don't think you can, but I think she would be a valuable asset to help provide direction. I was thinking too that Economic Development Committee is a great source to put this program together. I think it would be great to establish like an email list of the local businesses, so that when something does come up or we do seek input, we have an email blast that we can send out and hopefully get a lot of their buy-in. I'm not sure if this is the point that you would do this, but downtown design criteria, and the reason I say that is because let's just say a business changes hands, and a lot of times what they want to do is they want to fix the facade, or they want to, change the frontage of the building. If we have a design criteria set up, we can keep those businesses that make those changes, consistent with the vision. So I don't know if that's something that we would like the Economic Development Committee, but I think it falls in line with what you're talking about as well, Mayor. So that's just a couple of things, but I do think it's a great idea. And it's a way to, like you say, to establish and to try to develop a buzz for the downtown area. And hopefully we can help support those local businesses and keep them here. They don't look to go elsewhere as well. So I'm in full support. We'll just see what it looks like. I think also maybe we have to put in writing what that vision is, or what we're looking for out of the committee, so that, like as Mayor Pro Tem Martinez referenced, is we keep the focus on the desires of the city, and it would eliminate any type of personal preferences.
Okay. Mr. Santos.
I like the, the ideas of, especially on the economic development. I would like to see the economic development really have a, like a division. I mean, to develop, especially the website. And it has to be separated on the business side. And when I say separated, it has to be really concentrated on the how we're gonna develop and improve the downtown and the city of Beaumont on this. I like what I heard now from our city manager of going to like you said like a company or something. I mean association, and I've seen that. I mean back north on that. I mean I was amazed at coming out in here. So what that entail is like it's a nonprofit organization or something that will help us to develop the economic thing in here. And we're missing so much. I mean, I'm not criticizing. I mean, I like to go forward. I'm a person that I like to go forward on this. I don't want to wait for 10 years or 15 years. We'll be gone. I mean, I want to see the improvements within 2 years or 3 years right now in Beaumont. Because the way I see Beaumont is the prosperity is around the corner. We work hard as a council on this. And I would like to see that happen, that, or a consultant, independent consultant, to see that, to mold and put the policy of the city what we wanted and develop the city of Beaumont. Because now, if we're looking on downtown, I'm looking on downtown. When I started in here, the pedestrian friendly, still alive on my side. I could go on the from Palm Avenue to Elms along 6th Street. That's the downtown for me on that. We did develop on that way back on probably I would say 4 years ago on this. And then we have a ordinance on zoning. If you go on commercial, you cannot grandfather it to be a residential on this, which is a very, very good, ordinance we have on the city of Beaumont. So that's why I'm looking on the, from that Elm to Palm Avenue to 5th Street, even up to 4th Street and 8th Street. And I'm looking like, Redlands or Yucaipa on that. But we have to take care now, all the alleys in there, I'm jumping too far for you guys. I mean, no parking and everything. So we prepare the stakeholders that, they're serious of really to develop as a downtown on that 6th Street. Because we have the Bank of Beaumont on that. I mean, that building, I think, Mayor, you've been there. And then, we got the, I didn't know that we have a Beaumont Hotel and on that corner on California and 6th Street. So, and then our old City Hall. The potential is so much on that area and then connecting to our City Hall. People could walk along that 6th Street in there and along the, on the Beaumont Avenue in there. So I'm with you on that. I mean, if we could develop and the ideas and if we could mold it and put it together, and I know that will be a new idea, but on my side, on my business and real estate and everything, I do encounter those developers and owners, and that's the thing that we're lacking in Beaumont, is this specific plan that we drew. And I like, Mr. Council Lara here, that, the design of the
Right.
not the facades or something, the design.
Some
I think
standards.
we have that way back then. I think we have to revitalize that and come out with that. That's all I have,
Okay.
Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Finn, just so you know, I will look for your mute button to turn unmute if you want to speak. So,
Okay.
you're up if you have any comments to make.
All right, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having served on the EDC, we've got some talent there and they are looking for some tasks and want to be able to better contribute to the city. So I think it's a good idea to hand this over to them and give them the ball and let them run with it and let them kind of free think this and come up with some ideas. I think to make the stakeholder association work, I think it needs to be, and I'm going to give a comparison here, similar to like a utility commission. I think of how the city of Banning has their city council meetings, where then they pause the general meeting, open up a commission, talk about the utilities, and close that meeting. That if we have the stakeholder association, have it a part of the CDC, where it's a regular agenda item that they can open up that portion of the meeting, that members of the public can be a part of that, can come in and give comment and so forth. So in setting that up, we can encourage membership, encourage public comment, encourage participation from others. We can get the invites out to the businesses. We can invite representatives from the county, from the EDC to join that, and so forth. So I think it would give them the responsibility to run that. But then how I think a benefit from that, from the stakeholders' perspective, is now it's a regular scheduled meeting. They have an agenda, for it, and then they feel like what they are discussing is being heard and can be, brought forward to the EDC to make a decision and a recommendation, and then ultimately bring that to the council versus it becoming a group session of business owners just talking and them feel like it's not, their suggestions are not gaining traction and going anywhere. So I think that through staff and so forth, they can set that up to where it's properly agendized and so forth. So we can, meet Brown Act requirements, but then at the same time, we can have members of the public and those stakeholders serve in that capacity as a stakeholder, and that we can take their recommendations through the EDC and bring that back to the council. I hope that makes sense. But I just know that if we put it in their hands, I think that they can come up with a good plan and make those recommendations to the city, and we can improve downtown. So thanks.
All right, thank you. And let me respond to a couple of comments. My thought on the Downtown Business Owners Association or Property Owners, Downtown Business Association, is that it's not something that the city directs, but I think it's something that we can offer our support to get it going, but it's not going to be successful, in my opinion, unless we're referring to stakeholders, but unless the business owners and the property owners see a need and a value in creating an association, that they would, that would be, as Mr. Finn brought up, more of a, and I think you did too, a nonprofit corporation. It's, we can help them do it, and we can provide the support and some of the resources that they need and help give them that platform. But that's just my thought. So I think there's a lot more discussions because I know we're looking at this differently. In regards to consultants you brought up, and I agree with you, I think that if we can do this right and we can generate a buzz and get this going, that we are going to need to look at expanding our economic development department. And if that's through consultants as a start, I think that might be a good way to go. And then both Mr. Lara and Mr. Martinez brought up, and I think the others touched on it, is getting a plan, a suggestion in a plan. So my thought is that we go to the next EDC meeting and we brainstorm. And we have the EDC come up with a list of directions and ideas of where they want to go. And we bring that back to council. And then from that, we can take their suggestions and put a little time in and provide a clear direction of how to move forward. Does that sound good? Okay. We're all good? Okay. So you have direction on this, I think?
Make sure we got it nailed here. So we
Okay.
want to come to the EDC, present the city council direction to facilitate this kind of a kickoff meeting with our downtown stakeholders with the objective to develop some sort of mechanism that allows us to help express what the vision and the energy for downtown is and what the resources are, and then to get some feedback from them on an approach to getting this started.
Yes, and I'm thinking the
Okay.
presentation that was put in here, the attachment B, that would be a good presentation to kick off both the EDC and the eventual kickoff for the downtown business owners. And I think there's an incentive for business owners to get together because there are issues that we discuss that if they have more influence because they're organized, we're going to get a better feedback from them. Right now, I know a lot of businesses get a little bit frustrated because they feel like they're one-on-one with the city. So the small business has a complaint or a concern, and they bring it to the city. Again, I just think if there's an incentive for the stakeholders to organize themselves, and we can help them, that we should do that. I don't want it to be a city department where we're dictating the rules and the guidelines and stuff like that. But who knows how this will go and where it will develop. So, do you want to say something else?
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, that I think a lot of my concern probably is the purpose of that association and what their function is. Because I agree on all that. That's the approach. What I didn't want is a group of members that came in with a vision that wasn't for the city. And let's say, because I'm not a proponent of marijuana, supposedly wanted to come and do something that and agreed and then wanted us to go in that direction, which it directly contradicts what our vision is. Now we have an issue. That's my concern. So
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm looking, and that's why I want to sort of have it divorced from the city, because my thought is they could provide input and their recommendations to what direction we want to take.
perfect.
And again, I just, like I said, I think this is such, so early in the thought process that if we get feedback from the committee and bring that back for the next council meeting, we can set up a kickoff meeting. Okay. Are you good, Mr. Finn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to item number 9. Discussion and direction to city staff on comments to the draft initial study environment assessment report prepared for the I-10 Cherry Valley Interchange Project. Staff report, Mr. Pardon.
Thank you, Mayor. So on December 23rd of last year, it sounds weird to say that, 2021 was last year. We did receive official notice of public hearing from Caltrans with regard to the proposed expansion and upgrade to the I-10 Cherry Valley interchange. And so if you remember, we had received a report about a year ago from Riverside County, who really is the design agency that was contracted by Calamasa to spearhead the design effort on the project. So we talked about where we are in the process. We discussed really what the city's preferred options would be with regard to the layouts for that interchange that's there. So that work has continued to proceed forward with a more detailed analysis, which is now available for public discussion through a public hearing. That public hearing is scheduled to be held on January 13th of 2022. There are comments, written comments that will be accepted through January 24th of 2022. So we have an opportunity to provide comment at the public hearing as official city council position, as well as to provide written comments, or we can just provide written comments. My thought on this was, I don't know that we want to spend resources to go back through the process to submit the draft EIR and mitigated neg deck to our consultants to review and provide comments back. I think we support the direction. It seems consistent with where city council wanted to go. One of the primary concerns I know that we had discussed in the past was making sure that we didn't have traffic circles that were ultimately picked and going to be put into place there. So we're past that option that's there. And our understanding now is that really the direction and the desire of Calamasa really is to try to proceed forward with the Divergent Diamond, which really was our preferred option as well. So this is an option, again, to reinforce that, if that's what City Council would like to do, to Caltrans and to the City of Calamasa, and to make that official statement in writing that we would support that effort to move forward. So that would be our recommendation, would be to authorize Mayor White to be able to relay any input that the City Council deems appropriate. Since we really are in a very short time frame to provide a written comment, we really would prefer to get some direction from council tonight so we can get that to them for the public hearing that's scheduled for next week or next week and a half. So concludes our report.
Okay. Any comments? Let's start with public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No colors on the line.
Okay, council discussion.
Few questions.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I was glad to see that the observations show that there's no threatening to the threatened or endangered species according to the report. So that's good to know. It said initially that Calamasa supported the partial clover. Did that change somewhere? Or is it still? Because I think you just said Divergent Diamond. I know that was our preference, but is that Calamasa's preference as of right now?
It was, and that's been presented publicly by them as well.
Okay, so that's,
Yes.
all right. And I don't have, any comment as to why we changed that. I mean, I don't know how the mitigation works between the developer on either project. I'm not sure if their contribution depends on the design's amount or if it's just a flat contribution they make. I'm not sure. But, I still support the Divergent Diamond, even though when I looked at the drawing, it looked like the clover alleviated more congestion on the over-ramp because it spread it out. So it looks like there's two on-ramps going into the westbound I-10, and it looked like it spread it more. But, I'm not here to micromanage any of that. I just want to give our support that, we still support the project. I don't see any problem with any of the environmental effects, so I support the findings in that. And if the council's still supportive of the Divergent Diamond, then I'll support that either way between the two. So that's all, Mayor.
All right, anybody else? Mr. Lara.
So I still support the project. I think it's desperately needed. Would definitely like to stay away from any of the clover. I like the Divergent Diamond myself. Looking at the diagrams that they have, I don't know, the clover just doesn't seem to be function as well. But yeah, definitely support the project and would like to see the Divergent Diamond, and that would be my support.
Okay,
Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I echo that. I mean, both council in here.
Okay, Mr. Finn?
Yes, having driven several of the Divergent Diamonds in other states, I would support that as well. It looks confusing, but it works really well.
Okay. So I think you have direction for a letter in support. All right, we'll move on to legislative updates and discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brief update for you this evening. The legislative session has reconvened as of this week. A few important January and February deadlines. January 10th is the date by which the governor must submit the budget. January 21st is the last day for each house to hear bills which were introduced in the 2021 legislative year. January 31st is the last day for each house to pass any of those bills which were introduced in 2021. And then February 18th is the last day for bills to be introduced in this session. After this February 18th date, we'll be monitoring all of the bills that have been introduced, whatever's remaining that hasn't been passed that's eligible for passing through either or both houses. And then we'll be looking to support or oppose as needed at council's direction, and then watch and see what happens for the remainder of the year. Additionally, Townsend, our lobbying firm, has identified some potential funding opportunities for the Pennsylvania Avenue grade separation, as well as the city's future recycled water projects. So staff is working with Townsend on some informational one-pagers to get these projects promoted and introduced to the proper folks, and then get the process started. Staff will continue to keep you posted on the progress with these items. That concludes my report this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any public comment on, actually, we wouldn't have public comment on this, I wouldn't think. Any questions, comments? We're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And economic development update from the Economic Development Committee report out. Mr.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the last meeting, I provided the update on the December meeting, and we're looking forward to the discussion taking place related to the Downtown Business Association and everything next Wednesday on January 12th. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer report. I saw Mr. Giannetti check in, right?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year, everybody. And I have no report tonight. I'll have one for the next meeting. Thank you.
And City Clerk report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Barry stole my line. Other than wishing everyone a Happy New Year, I have no report. Thank you.
City Attorney report.
And I have nothing to report this evening either.
Wow. Probably nothing to report from the city manager either, right? City manager report?
You anticipate.
We do have another extinct species that's been added to the list, and that would be the Denver Broncos playoff hopes are formally extinguished. So probably not to be seen anytime soon. So that concludes my report.
Okay. Any future agenda items to be discussed? Mr. Lara?
Yeah, I would really hope to see the Stewart Park RFP on ideally next agenda. We're, I think we discussed it November. So I'd hate to lose another month. I'd like to try to get as much done as we can during this cold weather. And then an update on Wrangell Park as well would be appreciated. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to council reports, and we'll go ahead and let's mix it up a little. We'll start with you, Mr. Finn. Do you have a report?
I do not, other than Happy New Year as it was expressed earlier. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, I have a heavy week coming up next week, but no report today.
Okay, you're still on vacation?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Santos.
Nothing to report, and I'd just like to say Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Lara.
Just want to thank Mr. Paul St. Martin for his 13 years of dedication as a public servant on our planning commission. He will definitely be missed, but I really appreciate his time and effort. And I have nothing else to report.
And I couldn't agree with you more with Mr. St. Martin. And my report is that I'll adjourn the meeting at 7:31.
Oh, we gotta go.
Well, hold on.
We're gonna go to closed session now.
Yeah.
Nice try. Adjourn to closed session.
And it's on item number 4. We're going back into closed session.
All right. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Just wanted to get in the books.
And Nicole, should I just stay on, or will I go into a breakout room, or do I need to log in?
So I am going to email a new link. That way
Okay.
it's not open to the public. So I'll send that out. Okay, go ahead, John.
Okay, the council met in a continued closed session. Item number 4, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager. There was no reportable action taken.
And I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 8:57.
Thank you.